Good afternoon and welcome back to the Racket and Tennis Club in New York, where we are underway with the first quarter-final. We have two teams who have elected not to contrast, which is super helpful. We have James Stout and Scott Arnold in black shorts and Ashley Davies and David Yakubuchi in white shorts. Just starting into this match. I believe it's 1-1. The scoreboard's not coming up right now, so I'll try and keep you updated on the score. I'm joined in the commentary box by the rest of the Stout family. Tina Stout and Ollie Stout. He's watching his dad, learning fast, growing faster. So the team of Ashley Davies and David Yakubuchi is their first time in the main draw of a SDA event. They were the lucky losers from the qualifying, and they managed to sneak a win last night, so the luckiest of losers. David Yakubuchi played at Penn, I believe, and is now a member here at the Racket Club. He also played at Brunswick High School in Connecticut. Ashley Davies, originally from England, played at Rochester, now lives in New York City. James Stout and Scott Arnold in the blue shorts, need not much introduction. James, the head pro here at the Racket Club, and Scott, the head pro at the Toronto Club, I believe. The little background noise provided by Ollie Stout. Tina, is James been doing anything in particular to prepare for this week?
Not especially.
Carbo loading, stretching, foam rolling?
No, none of that. But
None of the above?
The usual, working long hours, eating Chinese food, and yeah, that's about the extent of it.
Yeah, I mean the long hours sounds about right. It's a lot to run the tournament and play in it. So a lot of players do that. They run the tournaments that they're competing in when it's at their home club, and there's a lot of really great squash committees and tournament committees out there that sort of take a lot of that load off the head pro and allow them to focus on the tournament. But ultimately, a good head pro is always going to be very vigilant of the whole tournament, which James is. So hopefully after yesterday, once everything's sort of on track and going well, he's able to relax a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely seemed a little bit more relaxed yesterday once things got started.
We are off to this is a pretty even start. Good rallies so far. Apologies for the lack of scoreboard. And we are sat, for those that you don't know, the Racket Club has its own internal camera system for all of the courts here, the singles, doubles, rackets and court tennis. And they've got a brilliant little commentary box that James, Tina and Ollie and I are currently sat in. But it means that we're not next to the court, so I can't hear the score. Believe it's 5-3 to Yakubuchi Davies, so leading by a couple of points. Reminder, we are playing 11 scoring here, so those first few points of every game really count. Davies and Yakubuchi, a relatively young team, but the great thing about that is that they have been just been getting better and better with the more that they've played, the more experience they've gained on this court against increasingly tough opponents. And it's showing. They're they're a very different team than they were when they started 2 weeks ago in this tournament. 8 matches down, but they're playing great. We had a number of upsets last night. Unclear on whether this is true, but it might be the first time that all qualifiers have made it through a first round. But certainly an anomaly. We had all the qualifiers produce upsets and the lucky loser produce an upset last night. Biggest one of the evening was Dave Letourneau and Jeff Osborne taking out the team of Greg MacArthur and Sam Khalifa in a really great 3-1 battle. We had Greg MacArthur in the world's whitest shoes last night on court. Looks like Scott Arnold is shopping in the same Brights and White store. Maybe it's just the lighting on the court. So Ashley Davies, one of the tallest players on tour, known for his phenomenal hands, as you've just seen them with that reaction volley off James's pace. Looks like the live scoreboard, which is currently showing 5-3 to Yakubuchi Davies, is also lagging behind. We have a little bit of a Wi-Fi issue here at the club. It's a very old building, and the iPad that we use for the Club Locker scoring system is connected, and it's keeping the score just fine for the guys, but might not be translating through right now, so apologies for that. Do my best to keep track of the score in the next game, but I believe, given that we're playing the 11 scoring here, that we're at the business end of this one. Both Davies and Yakubuchi said they were a little sore this morning, having played a lot of squash in the last few days. A little rookie shoulder happening for both of them. There was some ice packs out last night, but certainly a good high-paced game. Ball moving around a lot. David Yakubuchi, who was, as a junior, coached by Phil Barker out at Greenwich Country Club. He's a junior national champion. Great athlete, went on to play, as I said, I believe at Penn. Has a twin sister who played at Greenwich Academy and then went on to play at Yale. So the team of Arnold, Stout, the top seeds here this weekend. So Stout very fired up to try and win home win on this court. This event originally started as a challenger tournament around the $10,000–$15,000 mark, put on the off years of the Kellner Cup. That's usually around this time and is hosted every 2 years. And they've built this event from a challenger up to be a much larger event, as James wouldn't have been able to play given his ranking on a challenger event. So great to see this event stepping up and becoming a much larger tournament, both prize money wise and participation wise. We have one of the largest qualifying we've ever seen for an SDA tournament. And those qualifiers are putting on a pretty good show right now. Very close first game. Not sure how close, but if I do hear the score, I'll let you know. I believe it's 9-all. I think this is Scott Arnold serving 9-all. So biggest point in the game right now. 9-all is the new 14-all. Oof, a little error there from Ashley. I believe this is game ball 10-9 for Arnold Stout. Ooh. Now it's 9-all. Joined in the commentary box now by Mr. Dylan Patterson. How we doing, DP?
Hey, Susie. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed. So I think, just saying, business end of this game. Okay, so I think that's 10-9. 10-9 game ball?
Exactly.
So the future's looking pretty bright at the Racket Club with the likes of David Yakubuchi and the Burner brothers this weekend. Some really good showings from your guys.
Yeah. It's great to see so many young and up-and-coming teams. I think the qualifier started with 17 and finished with 15 teams, and a lot of neophytes really making a name for themselves this weekend.
Absolutely. Oh, David, good scramble, good gets, but unfortunately just gave away a little stroke there. I was just saying it's been interesting watching the progression of this team from the first qualifying match to now. It's like a different team. They've learned so much in the last 4 matches.
Definitely.
About how to play this game. Like they're seeing the court better, they're in better positions, there's different shots happening, different choices being made. It's like been a bit of a baptism of fire for them, but
yeah, I think that Ashley is considered incredibly talented and has played a number of invitationals with some top players and is sort of getting back into the game.
Right.
But his ceiling is incredibly high. And I think Yakubuchi is on a steady upward slope, match by match, game by game. You can see he's getting more comfortable, understanding when to play offense, when to play defense, and he's super keen. You can tell just by talking to him, he's thinking about the game. He's being very reflective, self-reflective. He's hungry to learn, to listen, and it just seems like he's really turned on to the game, and it's just great to see excitement, and his ceiling also appears super high.
I agree with that. I think, like you said, we've all been expecting Ashley to get good at this game for a while, and I think he's got the bug, and he's obviously looking to make some improvements. But the same goes for Yakubuchi. Like, great racket, good athlete. He was a national champion as a junior. He's also he was coached by Phil Barker. He's very coachable. He's got a great mentor here at the club in James, and it's really nice to see some new faces that have got so much potential. All right, well, we have the scoreboard back up and running, so you don't need to listen to me guess the score anymore. But a great start there from Yakubuchi Davies.
And Susie, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Yakubuchi Davies were the wild card. Each venue is allowed to put a wild card into the qualifying. I believe Yakubuchi signed up for the SDA yesterday. And so this is really an unprecedented run that he's embarking on here. Absolutely.
I mean, wild card entry, loses in qualifying, gets the lucky loser spot, takes out a seed in the first round, and now here he is playing on a Saturday. Casual cross-court volley nick there from Hightower. It's not often you see Scott Arnold look like one of the shorter people on the court.
And just for those watching this this angle, the crowd has braved a New York's finest rainstorm to get to the club today. There are parades and streets blocked off, so there's really no taxis to get here. All public transportation, and everyone who's gotten here today has gone through thick and thin to make it to the club. So it's really exciting to see the gallery this crowded for the first of 4 quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, well, now that they're here, they can't leave, so we've got a captive audience.
And for those that were jonesing to play some golf today, the golf simulator is opened and available.
Oh, fantastic!
That's true. That's
all right. Well, that's the end of the commentary. I'm off to practice my 6-iron. Always just missed that. So that's a good example, of the learning curve of doubles, right? Like that's come off the back wall. He's basically played a singles shot. He's played his singles backhand volley drop, and the longer he plays, the more he'll be making different choices on that. Like you'd usually expect someone to probably hit that with an angle on it rather than just trying. It's very difficult to play a straight drop from the back. Court's so big, ball's hard to control. It's flying around out there because the pace is pretty high, but. Very impressed with how quickly these two have sort of stepped up to the level that they're at right here. Oh, Ashley. It's getting faster over the course of time. That's a great get. So they're hanging in there. This is a good game.
Absolutely. I've never seen someone play squash with a continuous smile on his face like Ashley Davies. The guy's literally smiling the entire time. So he shows no pain. He only shows pleasure. It's really fun to watch.
It's called the Nikki Todd effect. Nikki Todd is the happiest squash player you've ever seen. Constantly smiling, even when she hits the tin. So her and Ashley would make a great pair. I think David just asking for a let there. I think he clipped Scott on the way through.
Susie, do you think that, I know James and Scott are heavily favored. The Vegas bookmakers probably have them at a 15-1 in this match going into it. But the fact that every qualifier has won their first round, do you think that that's playing it all into James and Scott's mind at this point?
I think it has to be noted. Right, I think that the 11 scoring has definitely played a part in how many qualifiers have come through, given that they got to have 3 goes at the new scoring before they came into the main draw. They learned how to settle in. They've already had a go at when the big points come up and when to buckle down. They've figured out that the intensity starts from rally 1. I think for a team, like MacArthur, Khalifa, a new team, haven't really played together before, to then get thrown in against a good team playing the 11 scoring. Like there was a lot of variables there, and I think that's been the same in all of the matches with the qualifiers. Is that there's just a lot going on, and it's been interesting to watch. But I definitely think that Scott and James are very aware that they needed to start well here and not let the younger team get any kind of momentum.
Yeah. And they sure buckled down at the end of that first game and sort of shut the door when things were looking real iffy, which is just kind of shows their experience and ability to close points.
Absolutely. So, unsurprisingly, neither James or Scott are offering to warm this new ball up. Yeah, you can really leather it, can't
Susie,
you?
how long is the list of people wanting to play? How many text messages is Ashley Davies going to get after this tournament about availability for next season, do you think?
Well, he's now, because unfortunately Zach Alexander is injured and he wasn't able to play this week. He's also not able to play next week in Buffalo. So Ashley's already gotten the call up from Jim Bamba for next week. So Bamba Davies will be a team in the main draw in Buffalo next week, which will be very interesting.
Oh, that's great.
But I can't imagine he's going to be like wanting for a partner next season. But again, joined the SDA about 12 hours ago. So welcome to the tour.
James Bamber has been a fixture in the gallery all week, which has been really colorful and exciting. Never at a loss for banter, and it's really just great to see him. I know, unfortunately, he had to pull out, but it's been fun catching up with him this week.
yeah, it's always nice to have some guys in the crowd that can sort of talk you through things, and like you said, brings a little colour to the evening.
Wow, Ashley with a crisp up the line winner, using a little bit of hip, and James did not get a let there.
A little bit. Well,
veteran move.
When it comes to the old using your body, Ashley is certainly a vet. You know, he played in the PSA for a number of years before going to university here in the States. Played, the top end of the college. One of the best players in the country when he was playing at Rochester. Played for Martin Heath. Extremely experienced coach and player. So Ashley is relatively new to doubles. He is very, very old in terms of his level, his competitive spirit, should we say. So they're managing to keep this within a 1.2 point game, which is important. No one's managing to pull away, which again I think is showing that people have already made a bit of an adjustment here in the style of play that they're looking at with the 11 scoring. You don't have not that you'd ever really want to let someone get 3 or 4 points ahead, but, it would happen at the start of games when you've got a long way to go. Not anymore. Scott just playing his trademark reverse from the back.
Yeah, you see Scott and James really, really buckling down towards the end of the second game.
They are. Davies Yakubuchi seems to be playing a lot more to Stout than Scott. Scott hasn't really had to do a huge amount. It's just sort of been floating around in his position over there.
Ooh.
Looking very...
I think that's a no-let up the middle.
Ooh. A little harsh.
Bit tough from this angle, but it's nice to see Yakubuchi rewarded for, taking a bit of a risk going up the middle like that.
Yeah. We've got Dave Letourneau as the centre ref right now. Captain Canada. Did a great job with a couple of tough matches yesterday, so we appreciate his firm hand. There's a great angle there from Stout from the front, cross-court winner. Oof. Wow. Scott hits one of the cleanest balls out there. When he sort of, he's got such a lovely swing. He hits it very flat. And when he middles a ball, it's really, really moves. He's got a good Aussie swing.
Yeah. Really laid that one down nicely.
Good. And his reverse is the same. When he gets it right, it's so flat, it just doesn't even bounce.
I think Ashley just might have hit the front wall crack there.
Oh. Yeah, there was certainly an ooh from the crowd. Wow. I'm not sure that hitting through Ashley is the tactic I would be going for, but
I mean, he hits the ball so pure. His timing is remarkable.
Yeah. He also is unintimidated by the pace out here. He might have been 2 matches ago, but they've been on court a lot. And, oh, that's a lovely shot. Don't know if he meant to make that break, but it worked. And we're at game ball.
He hit a hard serve from this side last time.
Mm.
And Scott
buried it.
Oh, wow. See? Change of tactic.
I think it was so juicy, he just had to go for it, honestly.
Wow, errors beget errors.
Christmas gifts.
Yeah.
2 off the serve. I don't know if that's a casualness or what. Unusual from Stout, especially.
Uh-oh.
It normally favours a good attacking lob. James and I, Stout and I were talking yesterday about how the reverse boast, when you hit it right, did that just clip the 10?
Yeah.
So Ashley's reverse, just not quite. It was the right shot. He knew what he wanted to do. Keeping David scrambling there, moved him forwards, moved him backwards very quickly. He's got another game ball for Stout Arnold. Ashley's getting really good length on that left side. You know, obviously Stout spent a lot of time. Oh, and that's game. All right. Top seed Stout Arnold lead 2-0 against lucky loser qualifiers David Yakubuchi and Ashley Davies. All right, we're back in for game 3. Top team Stout Arnold leads 2-0. Let's see if our lucky loser qualifiers can ride this error train that seems to be Arnold Stout for this match into a 4th game. Dylan, you guys had a good run here. You played some pretty good squash this week.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a really fun match to watch. You sore after that?
Was I sore after that?
It was a long
wow.
one.
What a shot by Yakubuchi. Yeah, a little bit. Not too bad. It was an intense run, but it was short-lived. But really fun to get out there. My first STA match in probably 5 years.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Wow.
So
nice. Well, great to see you back out there.
I got the itch back and hope to play some next season.
So you're planning on playing a little more next season?
Yeah, there's so many events in the New York region that I'm gonna do my best to prioritize it and enter some more events next season.
Excellent. Love to hear that.
It can be a little, tough and intimidating when you're coming from a standpoint of not really having points.
Yes, the bottom of the list.
Bottom of the ranking list. But at the end of the day, it's just such a fun game to play, and there's nothing like the thrill of being out there in the heat of a great match, and it's something that I think a lot of us almost can't live without. So I really look forward to.
So to sort of the younger players out there who play a lot of the amateur events, like they play the William White, they play the Gold Racket. You would encourage them to. Would you say this is a different level of competition? That you would encourage them to give it a go?
Absolutely. If work permitting and schedule permitting, it's a great opportunity to play against stronger players, to see more pace, and to explore different boundaries. And frankly, a lot of these guys on tour are super fun guys to get to know. Absolutely, I encourage, and hopefully Yakubuchi's performance this weekend and Billy Burner and Robbie Burner are going to motivate some of the other young guys to step up and give it a go next season. Absolutely,
yeah. The Brunswick squash legacy is looking pretty good on the SDA. We've got the annual combine coming up on May 20th, which is an opportunity for people who are interested in learning more about the tour, playing some matches, meeting some players, getting a little coaching. It's an opportunity for all of that. That you can get some ranking points. Holding that May 20th at the Maryland Club in Baltimore.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, very excited to see their new facility. And Andrew Cordova and Mark Price, are known to run really great events. So I think it's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a long day, a lot of squash. But encourage
Susie,
anyone who's interested to reach out.
Yeah, remind me, how does an up-and-coming college player, post-college player get access to this combine?
They just need to contact us, just SDA website. There's an email address for myself on there, or send us a message on Instagram.
Awesome.
Just find a way to reach out and we'll get you all the details. We'd love to see. We've got about 25 spaces to fill. We've got about 15 left. So come one, come all.
How about old timers, Susie? Can you teach new tricks to old dogs, or is it mostly for the neophytes?
Dylan, I pride myself on being able to teach new tricks to old dogs, but if you have played in the combine before, you're not really eligible.
Fair.
Yeah.
I do believe lost in the mix here. We might have just had a bit of an air ball, a whiff.
Oh, we
something
did.
That we've all been guilty of at some point. And
I think I've seen a lot of whiffs in the last couple of days. We had one from JR the other day. We had a match ball whiff from Sam Khalifi yesterday.
Wow.
I think JR whiffed twice in the same rally yesterday. Couldn't quite get his little frame up high enough to volley. But lucky for him, Kyle Martino was in the wings waiting. This casual backhand reverse from Scott there to take them to match ball. Lovely shot. I don't think Scott even took a step towards that. It went in so quickly.
Yeah, David has found a way to work in that back wall, straight nick, along with the three wall boast really nicely this weekend.
Yes, he has. I believe he is in the final of your member guest, is he not, on Tuesday night here at the club?
I believe you're right.
All right, well, that is 3-love to the top seeds. James Stout and Scott Arnold take out lucky loser qualifiers Ashley Davies and David Yakubuchi, and we'll be back for the next one. After some light refreshment, we are back and ready for the second game of the afternoon with another qualifying team of Sanjay Jiva and Lockie Monroe. Sanjay, the current touring pro at the Round Hill Club. Lockie Monroe, former head pro at the Round Hill Club, now the head of adult squash at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn. So this is also their fifth match of the tournament, having come through 3 qualifying matches, and then they took out Chris Sakvi and Hamid Hamed yesterday to face the 4th seed, Ryan Kusgelli and Cam Pilley. I think we're going to be looking at a nice red and white team for Jiva Monroe. Got some good contrast going in this one. Our last match featured Scott Arnold and his partner James Stout, the top seeds in this tournament, who had a 3-love win over qualifiers lucky losers, David Yakubuchi and Ashley Davies. So the winner of that match, I believe, plays the winner of this match. Oh, no, I'm wrong. The winner of this match will play the winner of qualifiers Jeff Osborne and Dave Letourneau and Chris Kallus and Mikey Ferreira. All right, welcoming James Stout, fresh off his quarter-final win into the commentary box. Hi, Jimbo.
Hi, Susanna.
How are we doing? How are we
Wonderful.
feeling? How was that match out there?
It was entertaining, maybe.
We enjoyed it.
Yeah. It was.
Was it a little
first
closer
time-
than you were expecting?
No, I actually expected to lose at least one game. Like new format. I mean, David and Ashley are incredibly talented, and they can hit winners from everywhere. And so in this format, there's like nothing to lose. So you go out there knowing that it's just going to be hard, fast, and like short rallies.
Interesting.
It's hard to try to get like into.
Do you feel like they had a bit of an advantage in that they played 4 matches
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, at the same time, it's like, you know, they hit a number of errors or just like loose shots, which is probably because it's their fifth match.
Fifth match.
Fifth match, right? Of the
Fifth
tournament.
match in 3 days.
Yeah.
No, yeah, 3 days. This
Yeah.
is day 3 for them.
But it was, yeah, it was interesting, right? Like, you know, first game I think we may have been 9-5 down. Yeah, to come back and win that.
Yeah, you guys buckled down well at the end of the first.
Yeah. 9-5 is the new, you know, 13-10.
Yeah, and 9-0 is the new 14-0.
Yeah. So we've got the second match of the quarterfinals in navy and the black shorts, Cam Pilley and Ryan Kusgelli. And their opponents in red and white are Lockie Monroe and Sanjay Jiva.
Monroe and Jiva looking good in red today.
Looking very sharp, right?
Looking very professional.
Did someone have a word with them about,
I
you know,
think
probably
they saw that there was a Lululemon around the corner and they decided to take advantage of that. And now they look great.
they do look sharp.
So interesting. This is our third and fourth lefty of the day already. So we have yet to have a backhand on this court today.
That's, oh yeah, yeah. There we go.
A lot of lefties out there.
Changing the game.
One left-handed player at a time. Are we expecting much here, James? What do you think?
I mean, I think Kusgelli and Pilley are probably like the heavy favorites. They've really solidified their position as a top 3 team, I'd say, over the past year and a half.
Yeah, I don't envisage too many problems here. You know, Lockie and Sanjay played very well yesterday.
Yeah.
Solid win. But I didn't really see anything that I thought would trouble a team as strong as Pilley and Kusgelli are.
Yeah.
You know, the range that they have, and the court coverage, and the pace that Cam can.
Yeah, I mean I also think like this court will actually suit Cam pretty well.
The height of it.
Applewamis, he's used to like a high ceiling.
Yeah.
And it's actually just a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cam
so
Pilley, the head pro at the Applewamis Club in Rye.
So the boys are, the boys in red are doing well. They're keeping this nice and tight early.
Yep.
5-3 down. It's amazing how like quickly you actually have to feel like you're going, you're in the game, right?
Yeah.
I think it was like 2-3 love down, and it's like, okay, I got to get moving.
Yeah.
I've got to be sharp, basically from the start here.
Yeah. No, there's no sort of playing your way in. That's for sure.
I think that's what the guys saw when they adjusted on the singles tour, right, from 15 down to 11 as well. Same thing.
Yeah, I think it makes for a much more aggressive style of play.
Yeah.
I think Lockie just missing that forehand volley drop there. Forehand volley drop into the tin. It was the right shot. Cam was out of position, but he just clipped the tin.
So what are you telling Lockie and Sanjay here? A little younger, a little bit more sort of inexperienced on the doubles tour.
I mean, honestly, I think I'd tell them the same thing I'd tell anyone playing on this court, is you've got this incredibly high ceiling. So you've got so many options of how to move somebody into the back corner, and you should utilise that. A bit of a broken record from me about lifting the ball, but I have yet to see the purpose of hammering away at it when there's no movement needed from the person to hit it. I understand that you want a breaking ball and putting it in different spots and making people uncomfortable, but I just feel like a mixture of the two at this level is much more effective.
It's a great shot from Ryan.
A great shot. I was just about to say, Ryan's looking very very dialed in right now. He's very comfortable in his position.
I mean, you know, Ashley was hitting some incredible forehands from that left wall, right, where he holds it, hits it from behind him, takes a really hard swing. You know, I'd say Sanjay and Ryan are the exact same as well.
Yeah. It's funny, isn't it, that the delay ball behind them that lefties play so well, that it just isn't the same when a right-handed player plays it on the right wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say both Dana Betts was well known for just that slight delay, three-wall boast, just taking it slightly behind her. Amanda Sobey does the same thing when she is on a doubles court, and does on a singles court as well. And it's just I've always found it interesting that it's a very different shot than the one that a right-handed player plays on their forehand. Little 3-point lead here for the higher seeded team.
Oh, I mean, that's exactly how you draw it up if you're Pilley. Hard serve right at the corner. You get a coughed up forehand. And just go straight for that cross court nick. So Cam Pilley, Ryan Kusgelli, they had a good win earlier in the season at Oxridge, where Ryan's a pro. I think there's been quite a few teams actually that have won this season. I think the top 6 teams, on any given weekend, are able to sneak out a win. Which is exciting for the tour.
No, it's great.
Yeah.
No one wants a foregone conclusion of a tournament, but as we've shown here, we haven't even got a foregone conclusion of a quarter-final.
Yeah, exactly.
Which match are you most looking forward to after this one, James?
I think the Kyle Martino, John Russell, Clinton Liu, and Jamie Haycox. That should be an exciting match. You've got, anytime you say John Russell, you think, world number 1, right? Nowadays, you just have to remember his former. But he's playing.
He's undefeated this season.
That's true. Better than everyone else from retirement.
Right. Sabbatical.
You've got his partner is Kyle Martino. One of the fastest guys on tour. Very steady in his own right.
And Sanjay's just put that one out of court to end the first game. It's a very comfortable first game for Kusgelli Pilley.
Yeah, 11-7.
Yeah.
Nice.
James, personally, I'm very much looking forward to Mikey Ferreira and Chris Kallus versus Jeff Osborne and Dave Letourneau.
I think as the person that dishes out the fines, I would also be very excited for that match. You've got a couple of the... I'm trying to think of the word here.
Competitive.
I was going to say communicative players on court.
Vocal.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's going to be a fun
I would definitely
match
say
to
tune
watch.
back in for that one. I think that's going to be highly entertaining. I think it's going to be good squash. Letourneau.
You've got two of the
Osborne
calmest players,
yes.
in Kallus and Letourneau, and you've got two of the. You've got Jeff Osborne and Mikey Ferreira.
Yeah. Thankfully on opposite walls.
Yes, that's true.
So
can you imagine? Yeah.
there's some balance.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's going to be a great match. We'll see how Osborne and Letourneau are holding up into their fifth match.
Exactly.
But again, that 11-point scoring, they know exactly what they're doing and how they're playing it. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back with the second game of Kusgelli, Pilley, Jiva, Monroe in just a minute. All right, James Stout is disappeared off to continue running the tournament here. So I'm joined now by Dylan Patterson again. Welcome back, DP.
Howdy, Susie.
So we've got second game here. Oh, starting with a serve from the left, so tactics are clear. But very comfortable first game for Kusgelli Pilley over Jiva Monroe. Kusgelli especially looking sharp. Pilley losing, looking as usual, lackadaisical self. But he's got very long legs, Cameron Pilley. So watching him move around, there's a lot of limbs over on that right wall to get across the court. He's got phenomenal reach and wingspan.
He makes it look pretty easy.
He does, doesn't he?
I will say in the first game, one thing that Kusgelli Pilley did over and over again was they hit it to Lockie Monroe's backhand. They broke it really early and wide right into him, and he wasn't quite comfortable getting length off of that shot. And so we'll see if he sort of can read that better this game, because their length wasn't quite deep enough in the first game to put the other guys under pressure.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting, because normally when you attack somebody's backhand, it's because you believe it to be their weaker side. This is the first time I've seen Lockie play the right wall and not the left wall.
Wow.
Like his backhand, he's got a good backhand, he's very comfortable on it, but there's a big difference between playing the backhand when you're on the backhand side and having it be having it breaking across your body to have to try and hit it. It's a very awkward position. That's a nice ball into the front from Lockie.
Yeah, it's harder to hunt the volley and to look for the ball on your inside, especially when it's coming across your body. So he's just showing a little bit of maybe lack of experience playing at this pace, but it's early, and this team has shown time and time again their resilience and ability to step up. So we'll see if they can make this a match this game.
True. I will say that right now I would, couldn't tell you a tactic that the red team is using. So you've spotted that they were really working Lockie's backhand. I completely agree. You could see that they're trying to attack this sort of center right side, but I'm not sure what the red team's tactic is.
Yeah, they're just doing what they can, hitting the ball.
They're hanging in and just hoping for an opportunity. I think that the tough part with the team of Kusgelli Pilley is that, if you attack Ryan's backhand, you've got a world-class backhand. You've got a former top 20 PSA player. Like, his backhand's not going to break down under pressure. He's got a beautiful backhand drop shot. and then so is Cam. So it's like that middle ground that you can sometimes find when you've got a left-handed player isn't necessarily available with this team.
Yeah. There's not a lot of holes to pick at.
There really isn't.
They really have sort of a professional air about them. Even just like watching them in the warm-up, it kind of reminds me of how Mudge used to. When Mudge stepped on court, you could tell he was a professional athlete. He took it super seriously. Everything from hit the warm-up to prep, between game preparation.
Exactly.
These guys have that air of professionalism about them, and they're not giving away any free points.
Yeah, the warm-up started well before they stepped onto court to hit the ball. That's a no-let from me. What about you?
Nope.
I think that's a no-let all round, yeah.
He went the wrong way.
Little safety let there. This ball broke across the back wall rather than straight.
I mean, if you think about the number of tough matches Cam and Ryan have played as a partnership, they've probably played dozens of 50-50 win or lose tough matches, and just experience counts for a lot.
It really does. They also, have played a lot of softball doubles, which I believe is also 11 scoring.
Okay.
So I don't know if they're a little bit more familiar with that format than maybe some of the other players who haven't played as much singles and certainly haven't played the softball doubles. So I don't think the idea of buckling down from the start of a game is, I think that's very much in their part of their game plan, to the point that they sometimes go walkabout at around 11 points into a game. So they'll regularly go up to start the game very comfortably to sort of like 7-2, 8-2 around the time that you'd be closing out a game, and then let people back into it to the point of being at sort of 11-10 only to win the game, then 15-10. So I've seen that pattern with them a lot. So I think this scoring will, I think they'll be very much in favour of it, probably more in line with what they're used to. Great get there from Sanjay. He's very fast. He's very strong on the ball in really awkward positions as well, which has helped him rip that one by
his balance and core and ability to change direction is pretty incredible. Any ball on his side of the court is gettable, it seems like. I just hope he takes care of himself and doesn't he's thoughtful about not injuring him, not putting himself at risk, because he's diving headfirst and really going for it out there.
He played a PSA event that we held at the University Club a couple of weeks ago, and at one point both he and his opponent were off the court trying to stem the bleeding of the grazed knees and knuckles that they'd sustained from diving around the court. We're frantically looking for black tube socks to cover up bloody bandages. So yes, agreed. I hope he does with some level of maturity stop before he hurts himself. But
he's the touring pro at Roundhill, what I heard.
From my understanding.
So he's
from Malaysia,
getting on court with the venerable Steve Scharf, learning how to use the height and the geometry and the angles. And
yeah, we've got a number of graduates of the Steve Scharf School of Doubles. I think between Scharfy and Briggsy, they've probably had an input on the majority of the tour.
Yeah.
So Kusgelli Pilley for a 4-point lead here, sort of pulling away in this game. I don't think he's put one of those in yet. He's going to keep working at it. interesting to watch from this angle, and you can really see the positioning of the players.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got 4 people standing here in line, or is it very so like Kusgelli is very clearly in front of Sanjay, but Lockie is very clearly in front of Pilley.
Yeah. That last rally, the team in red hit 5 balls from the middle of the court consecutively. So they didn't play a single ball on either of their forehands for the second half of that point.
Wow.
It's just, it seems like a really deliberate strategy for Team Black to make them play awkward balls from the middle of the court.
Yeah, and they're doing a pretty good job of, if they are hitting a regular nice cross-court volley nick there into the left corner from Pilley. You know, the balls that they do hit that are sort of more conventional are always making the back wall. So they're really not giving the team in red too many balls, comfortable balls just to be swinging at and to kind of get any momentum going. Oh, Kusgelli just clipping the tin with a straight forehand drop shot. But they still have 5 game balls. Squash power trio sat in the gallery there. We've got chairman of the SDA, Kevin Lusac, Christopher Scott, your games committee chair, I believe, and then Liam Coleman, Mr. New York Squash Clubs.
Indeed, squash enthusiast extraordinaire.
Great to see those guys coming out on, like you said, a monsoon Saturday here in New York City, and still getting over here to come watch some action. I guess on a day like this, there isn't a huge amount else to do if you can drag yourself out of the house.
And Sanjay goes for a ambitious reverse from the back wall on game ball down.
Game ball down.
You know, not a terrible choice.
He's
but
made a fair number of them over the last couple of days, but yeah, definitely ambitious at that point in the game. And they are now 2-love down. Kusgelli Pilley lead 2 games to love. be game 3. Let's see if the team in red can find a way into this one. Very outmatched at the moment.
Yes, we're back, and hello to the dozens, and I say that liberally, the dozens of people watching on the live stream right now. We're hoping to get to triple digits by the end of this colorful commentary.
I think we'll be into triple digits for the later matches today. I think we've got some good feisty ones coming up, and I think tomorrow certainly the semi-finals will be. We'll have some excellent squash coming up. Can't fail to with the people playing in these quarters. So we'll see. It's been a long season. It's been a lot of squash.
Yep.
A lot of events sort of shoehorned into this season where they've been missed out over the last couple of years. I think. I don't know about you, but. Well, I haven't been playing, but I still feel like there's been a long season, just so many tournaments that we've had, within an 18-month period, we've had multiple events. We had 2 O'Reillys within a 12-month period. You've had 2 Lapham Grants within an 18-month, I think on both the pro and the AM and the, organisers side. I think we're all, we're looking forward to a good end to the season, but a little break come summertime. How do you feel?
It's time for a little break after the season. One last push, about another couple weeks left in the season. Finish up member guests, finish up some club championships, final STA event, and then enjoy the summer, heal the body, recharge the mind, and then come back ready to give it another go next season. You
got a little summer training plan, DP, ready for next season? Or are you just wedding diet?
Well, I'm getting married this summer, so hopefully it'll be a lean, mean summer, and come back rejuvenated in the fall.
Just Ozempic summer?
Excuse me?
Just kidding.
Just
kidding.
I didn't.
Salads and Diet Coke.
Absolutely. Like right now, Diet Coke. And now, Susie, remind me. There's a beautiful poster here at the Racket and Tennis of the 2013 World Championships that we hosted here a decade ago. A draw of 32, some really fascinating partnerships and teams. And correct me, but I believe there's going to be a World Championship coming next year for men's, women's, and mixed.
Absolutely. So this time next year is usually the Kellner Cup, hosted by the Racket Club, the Union Club, and the University Club. And for the next iteration of that, we're going to be once again making it the World Championships. So we are hoping to, replicate that 32 draw and to have all those great teams in, all the flags, all the countries we can muster on both the men's and the women's side. And then to have that's what we're talking about, that lack of self-preservation.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, that's the plan.
Exciting.
It's very exciting.
We'll start spreading the word and sourcing partnerships.
Sourcing partnerships, sourcing sponsorships. We want to make this one of the best worlds that we've had. The last host was St. Louis. Out in Missouri, and they did a phenomenal job. Michael Puertas and Adam Buse and their committees out there just absolutely knocked it out of the park. Honestly, I had one of the better tournaments I've ever played in. Before that was Chicago, which was also, Aidan Harrison and Danny Dolan and Peter Dunn did a phenomenal job with that one. So I think, the momentum they had on those 2 events was so great. And then unfortunately, that momentum sort of disappeared. So we need to rebuild that. We need to take note of what they did so well out there and the way that they made those just really fantastic tournaments. And obviously we've got a wealth of experience here with, was that another good slide?
Full split.
But Maurice Clothier and Kevin Lusac and Johnny Smith and James Stout and the guys that were here the last time that event was run. we're going to be looking to them for their guidance as we build this up, and I'm really excited about it. I'm hoping to play myself, but we'll see. But the main focus is on just putting together a really phenomenal event.
Well, I'm sure you'll be right in the mix, Susie. And have you thought about partnerships for yourself, or?
Well, my dream partnership is for myself and James Stout to play the mix together. We played together in St. Louis and narrowly lost out in the semi-finals. But and the last I played the women's with Georgina Stoker, in which we won. So I'd love to, I guess, defend that because it hasn't been played since. But we'll see. And I'm sort of not, being injured all season. I've got a little different perspective, new role with the SDA. So want to prioritize the events and the tour ahead of myself. But I am definitely hopeful of the chance to play.
Yeah, I'd be willing to wager that you'll be front and center in the later rounds of that tournament.
Well, I appreciate that, and I certainly hope so. I've got my new trainer Mike certainly seems to think so, but he's a very positive person. So that came off Cameron's frame. But yeah, I mean, I hope to play. We've been PTing very hard with a guy here in New York City called David Enders, who actually way back when was an assistant pro here at the Racket Club.
Oh, wow.
And Dave is a phenomenal PT. He works at Spear Physical Therapy and has looked after all of us. He helped Johnny Smith rehab from his bicep injury last year. He's worked with Marnik. He worked with Damien when Damien had knee issues, and he's the go-to guy for squash pros in the area, and I highly couldn't speak more highly of him. He's a wonderful person, a wonderful PT, but most importantly, he really understands squash as a game, having been a player and a pro himself. Right, this match, reaching the business end of this match, 9-5 lead for Kusgelli Pilley. Wow, phenomenal movement there from Ryan. He just turned himself out of that get to give Sanjay, almost created, gave Sanjay enough rope there to hang himself by creating the space he knew would open up the wall that then actually his reach was able to counter. And we've got match ball. I think Cam just clipped the tin there with a little trickle boast. 4 more match balls.
We've come to the end of the yellow brick road, it appears. Sanjay and Lockie have a lot to be proud of. They've played some excellent squash this weekend. They are the future of this game, and no doubt these guys are going to be.
I love it though. I'm still seeing fist pumps. Match ball down, still going for it, still fighting.
Famous last words.
Yeah. But I agree, it's great. New faces, new teams, new dynamics. It's good to see. It's amazing how confident you can get once it's nearly over.
You look at Lockie, you think he's up 8-10.
Right, absolutely.
Right, brimming with exuberance and confidence.
Marching around the court, fist pumping. It's great. It's a great trait to have. If you can look at someone on the court and not tell if they're winning or losing in a positive way, not just because they're so miserable either way.
There we go. Another fist bump.
All right, they've got one more to get back into this. The crowd like that. And they're right back in it. So that's interesting. So 2 nice winners. Well, 1 nice winner, a tin from Cam, but 2 middle balls. Excellent rally there. One of the better rallies in this match, actually. 11-10 match ball to Kusgelli and Pilley. Team in red being much more aggressive, much more decisive with their attacking balls. They've started coming down the middle as well, especially when it's loose in the front.
Yeah, these guys in red are really giving it their all. One last stand, and they're going to go down swinging.
Oh, great winner there from Kusgelli down the left wall. Little dive from Sanjay, but didn't quite make it. All right, the higher seeded team is through. 3-love, great little finish there. We'll be back with the next match, which is Kyle Martino and John Russell versus Jamie Haycox and Clinton Liu.
All right, see you guys in 15 minutes. right, test, test. And we're back. Hey, everybody, it's Dylan Patterson here for the third of 4 quarterfinals. Jamie Haycox and Clinton Liu, the number 4 seed, versus Kyle Martino and John Russell here at the Racquet and Tennis Club of New York. And got a packed gallery. Really excited for this match. Clinton and Jamie, both professionals out of the New York Athletic Club. They've been playing together all season, have had a lot of success. They train together. They've got a really good team chemistry on court, and have had a lot of good wins this season. And Kyle Martino and John Russell, an interesting partnership. They won the last tournament they played in, and it's going to be interesting to see how they match up today. John Russell obviously is a little older, more experienced, has had multiple successful partnerships over the years, has sort of taken a break from double squash and is coming back for the last 3 events of the season. And Kyle is, in the early stages of what seems to be a really budding career. So should be a great match. We have Lockie Monroe, who just played as the center referee, calling the shots, and here we go. And blue strikes first, forcing the error out of Martino. It's going to be really interesting to see what type of strategy Clinton and Jamie use. Frankly, I think that Kyle and JR are so talented that and such good ball strikers that they're just going to attack and take all the opportunities that they get. Whereas I think Clinton and Jamie are going to have to sort of come up with more of a game plan. Clinton loves the backhand volley into the front right, like he just did. Great timing. I think that Clinton and Jamie are going to try to extend the points, make some longer rallies to start off the game. Kind of test JR, test his movement, test his focus. All that just for a let. We're going to replay the point. JR with a little banter. 2-all in the first game. Well, that's what Kyle's known for. You give him an open ball, he's going to put it away. Great shot by Clinton. Clinton's really become more of an attacking player as the season has gone on, and you can tell how comfortable he is taking that volley in. So far, he's been responsible for most of the points for his team. Yeah, right now it's really a battle of who can get that length, who can hit their targets in the back of the court, try to pin your opponents as deep as possible, and then attack once you get the opening. I think both teams are sort of feeling it out right now, trying to assess where they're strong, where they find weakness. I think Blue's trying to move John, get him a little uncomfortable. And John's certainly going to attack when he gets the openings. Clinton again hunting down that volley, looking for the opening. I mean, if you're going to volley the ball with your opponent behind you and you're at the service line, it's going to be really tough to get to that if you can lay it down like that. I think what Kyle has to do is get those cross courts to the side wall or overhit them and not give Clinton the opportunity to lay it in short there. JR with an absolutely devastating, deceptive length, showing the cross court, opening up his body, and then flicking his wrist to the last second straight down the line. You know, no team so far really demonstrating an edge or taking clear advantage. Most of these points have been won on volley winners. Haven't been many errors. Been pretty clean squash so far. And again, Clinton looking for that volley, being super willing to take it in short when he's behind that service line. So much territory to cover if you're JR, trying to retrieve that sharp, flat drop shot when you're behind him. And again, Clinton super tight, forcing JR to just scrape that ball off the wall. Blue starting to impose their game a little more, especially on JR's side of the court. JR with a beautiful hold there, freezing Clinton, racket back, showing length, showing volley, and just dropping it in softly. If he can get hot and start to impose his variety of shot making, they're going to have a real good chance to win this match. Close first game here. 8-9. Kyle serving, 1 point down. I promise you, Clinton's going to look for the volley drop at the first sign of an opening. He really hasn't missed one yet this whole game. Well, I spoke too soon. He went for it and he clipped the top of the tin. I think it was a right shot. Seemed like the ball might have had a little bit of spin on it there. Great anticipation by Kyle there to retrieve that ball in the front corner, and then just was a little off balance. So funny, both Kyle and Clinton had been making that shot all game. No mistakes. And then in the last 2 points, they both tin shots that they hadn't missed yet. Pressure building, end of the game. With this experiment of 11-point scoring creates a really different dynamic. This would normally just be midway through the game. Team is still filling it out, trying to impose their will, but here we are. It's game ball at 10-9, and Kyle hits his second tin consecutively. 2 tins by Martino to finish off the first game. The number 4 seeds lead 1 game to love. Here we are in the quarterfinals. And we're back for game 2. Clinton and Jamie won the first game 11-9 on 2 late-stage Kyle Martino uncharacteristic forehand, cross-court nick attempts. Neither team really imposed their will and built a lead, and it really just came down to who remained error-free at the back end of the game. So Kyle and John starting out the game by establishing their length, sort of even if they have to overhit the ball to get it to the door, and putting themselves in a position to attack. Clinton coughed up a mistake on the first point. You see they're deliberately playing that extra ball to the back of the court, and then Kyle gets the opening to put the ball away. Makes perfect sense. A little more patience, a little better length, creates better openings, makes your short game that much more devastating. JR tried to fake Clinton out up the line again. It didn't work quite as well the second time. Clinton was there waiting for it. Point ends in a let. And there Clinton goes again. I was about to say that they weren't giving him opportunities, but any ball Clinton gets in the open court on the volley, he's at least thinking of going short. JR gets a bit of a delayed let call there on a really tight drop shot from Clinton. It's great length by Kyle, getting that ball to the back door, making Jamie play it on his backhand, and most importantly, getting it away from Clinton. JR very frustrated by Clinton really not getting out of the way and giving him a space, but I think it was just sort of an unfortunate kind of mosh pit in the middle of the court, an awkward situation. JR with a devastating length up the line, sharp, flat, right on the wall. Clinton couldn't peel it off. So we're seeing Orange impose their will a little more. Better length by Martino, less opportunities for Clinton. JR having a little more confidence going short. Kyle demonstrating a little more patience. It's a great ball by Kyle, getting into the door again. And then a really clever angle up the middle, sort of blocking the view of Jamie. Really tough shot to anticipate from his right wall opponent. Again, JR flattens out the racket, turns his shoulder, a beautiful swing. Ball clings to the wall, really tough to get it off the wall there by Clinton. You almost feel like the floodgates are starting to open for JR and Martino. Wow, great put away by Jamie there. Found that front nick. And JR successfully moving his opponent around the court to the front. Clinton a little bit off balance there. Not a great error by him, but really he hasn't been in that position yet. So seeing something different, going for a shot he hasn't yet, a little off balance, and kind of finds the middle of the tin from what it looked like. So JR and Kyle aren't really hitting winners this game. They're not hitting cross-court nicks and reverses. They're just imposing good, deliberate length, getting their opponents behind them, keeping the ball tight, and sort of just squeezing their opponents to make errors. Kyle with great pace there. Real dynamic ball into the side wall. Tough to read. A lot of energy, and they have all the momentum right now. And again, Kyle with the overhead. It's really easy to want to go for some confident shots like that when you're up 8-2. They've played pretty much flawless squash this game. And I think it all started with the length in the beginning of the game that they established. I mean, I don't think Clinton has gone for one of his front wall shots in the last 7 or 8 points. They're just not giving him those openings. Well, if you give him the opportunity, he's going to take it like there. Blue getting their act together, but it might be a little too late in this game. And there it is. Martino, Russell win the second game. Game score is 1 apiece. And we will be back in 90 seconds. So here we are, 1 game apiece in the quarterfinals, a third quarterfinal of 4. I'm joined by my friend, confidant, comrade, partner, good friend, William S. Liam Coleman here in the booth. Liam, how is your Saturday coming along?
Well, it's been a wet one out there, but enjoyed coming here and watching some pretty serious squash. It's great to see the qualifiers, going the next day, which is pretty impressive. Hopefully we can, instead of it being 3-0, this one, it's good to see that maybe it'll be 4 games, if not 5. So we'll see what happens there.
Definitely. Liam, what's your impression of the first 2 games? What do you think Team Orange changed to turn it around so decisively in the second game?
Well, I think JR decided he wanted to take over, and you could see that his hands are just so insane, and I think he really kind of dominated that left wall against Clinton, I felt.
Oof. That's some bad luck there for Haycox. Had a wide open side of the court and unfortunately hit it back at himself. Liam, I agree with you. I think the difference in the second game was Russell imposing his game.
There you go.
Holding the ball, taking advantage of the channels up and down the wall, and they're really starting to impose their length and their sort of court awareness on these guys, and they're really taking away Clinton's opportunities.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure JR is a pro that enjoys the 11-point structure as opposed to the 15. Won't get as winded out there.
How's the energy in the gallery today, Liam? It looks like a pretty full house. Getting fuller by the match. Are people into the squash here today?
Of course, I think the R&T's done a great job, and kudos to you and to Robbie Berner for co-chairing this event on the games committee. And look, I think what happens when you drop your glasses? Is that a point, or what happens? What's the ruling on that?
I believe if you drop your glasses, you lose the point.
You do lose your.
You're allowed to drop. You're allowed to drop your racket, unless I think if your glasses are knocked off by your opponent.
And that's the issue that we're.
Oh, okay. I think Kyle's trying to claim that Jamie knocked into him and knocked his glasses off.
Yeah. So the call will be a let.
Sounds like the refs are buying what they're selling right now.
Yeah.
Not sure we want to see an angry Martino out there.
Oh, yeah. So, Dylan, this has been a big year for you. I mean, you obviously dominated squash courts for a couple of years, and you won the U.S. Open with James. But now you're an engaged guy now. You're going to get married, so this is a big year for you. So the maturity is set in. Do you feel that you're playing a little bit differently, or is it the hips? Ooh, there you go, right there. Another smart shot by them.
Well, thank you, LC, for the kind comments. A lot of great changes and things to look forward to on my end. And now I had my hip resurfaced about a year ago, and have taken essentially about 2 years off of competitive squash. But I'm really excited to get back into the mix next year and sort of rejoin my buddies on the SDA tour. And it's
definitely
really
some new names that seem like they could be dominant players going forward.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see the new crop of younger players breaking through, and the qualifiers performing so well. And I think it says really good things for the future of the SDA Tour.
Yeah. Ooh.
So Clinton has now made a couple of errors off the bounce. His volley drops and volley reverses are stellar, but sort of when forced to react, bend his knees, get lower to the balls bouncing off the ground, he's making a couple of errors. We'll see if he can steady his play in the second half of this game.
Do you think this 11-point scoring has changed kind of like the philosophy on how the players out there, are they shooting more, or you think what's the tempo of the overall?
I think the SDA is in test and see mode for the 11-point scoring. I think that it's a little tougher to get into a rhythm and to impose your game when the format is shortened. But I also think that some of the 2.5 hour matches that naturally occur in the later stages are a little more than what anyone wants to play and what the crowd wants to see. So I think so far the feedback seems pretty positive, and we'll see how it goes over the next couple of days. But I would not be surprised if the SDA gives it a good think as to whether they're going to keep the shorter scoring for next season.
What about, do you think they would ever lower the tin?
Sorry.
Do you know how like the pros, in the PSA, they have a lower tin?
Oh, interesting. I don't picture them lowering the tin on the doubles court.
Yeah.
I don't think the rallies are being extended that long to warrant a lower tin.
Mm-hmm.
But never say never. So here we are, 1 game apiece, knotted at 6-all. No team has able to establish a real run so far.
Would you think Clinton and Jamie are trying to play to Kyle, or you think they're playing to? You think they're playing to one side or not? What's your take on that?
I think they're playing both guys.
Mm-hmm.
The ball will naturally gravitate towards the left wall a little more when there's 4 righties. The right wall will always play more cross courts than length, and the backhand side tends to play a little more straight. So, JR and Clinton are responsible for most of the winners, as we just saw.
Yep.
So remember last game, Kyle really established that length, got the ball to the door, made Jamie play the ball from his backhand, and right now they're not getting the ball quite as deep to pressure their opponents back. That's it. That's exactly what Kyle needs to do.
Get Jamie to the door.
Exactly.
Oh.
Wow, great deceptive ball by Clinton up the line. And he's really starting to impose his game.
Strong shot.
Great
Clinton.
ball by Clinton. Boxing out Russell there, flattening out the racket head. Again, when you're at or behind the service line with your opponent pinned behind you, taking that ball in short is really tough to cover. So I think Clinton managed to get a let there from the 2 side referees. Of course, in double squash, all 3 refs make a decision at the same time, and majority wins. So there is no asking for a second opinion. The first call stands. In that case, Lockie, I think, had called for a no let. The other 2 judges called for the let. All right, LC. Question for you: who's going to win this game?
I think I'm going to lean with Clinton. Believe it or not. Oh.
Sorry, you didn't get the answer in early enough, Liam.
All right.
Great ball up the middle by Kyle, having a lot of success with that angle.
Shots down the middle.
Yep, absolutely. He's sort of wrong-footed Jamie a couple times up the middle. Game point for Clinton and Jamie. Well, it's no surprise that Clinton's going to go for it when he has the opening. He hasn't tried that shot yet today. 10-all, win by 2, and Clinton with the acrobatic borderline framer. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Clinton just scraping that off the wall for a bit of a frame winner. You know, Clinton may have been owed it because JR got him 3 or 4 times on that same shot earlier in the match. So here we are with the number 4 seeds up 2-1, 90-second rest, and we will see you guys soon. And we're back with the team of Jamie Haycox and Clinton Liu leading 2-1. Interesting, they're going to start off by serving to Kyle. And Kyle responds with a great length, good positioning, and a winner to start off the game. So I think what Team Orange has to do right now is to remember what got them there. What got them that second game win was length to the back of the court making Jamie play it from the door and keeping the ball off Clinton's racket in the middle of the court. And from Blue's perspective, Jamie is just as steady as they come. Moves the ball around nicely and sets up his partner. And Clinton really hunts down that ball, looks for the volley, looks to attack it, and takes advantage of pretty much all the openings that he gets. Really smart shot by Clinton, holding that ball, flicking it into the front for the sharp trickle boast, kind of catching John a little flat-footed there. Jamie didn't think he had enough room to play that ball. Referees give him a let there. And just like that, JR flattens out the wrist with a sharp, low winner off the serve. Clinton responds with a quick early error, and all of a sudden, Orange has a 4-2 lead to start off this fourth game. Great lengths by Kyle. 2 balls up the middle to the door. Clinton ends up shooting from the back. A shot that he's so far been really spot on, but forcing another error there. Yeah, JR hitting the ball back at himself there. He's a little frustrated. Thinks Clint might have sold the judges on that stroke call, but nevertheless, 5-3 Orange. Just awesome to watch how often JR turns to the forehand, and Clinton too. These guys are playing as many balls on their forehand from the left side as possible, forcing their opponent to cover to the wall and opening up the middle of the court. Wow, JR with the exclamation point after that great rally. That was a beautiful rally. Both teams were playing good length, setting it up, and JR took the first good opportunity to lay that ball down. JR catching a bit of a sidewall nick there that Clinton couldn't quite pick the ball up. And Clinton was with the awesome inside-out volley drop, a shot he's continually looking for. Yeah, JR and Kyle frustrated by that call. They feel like there was enough room to play. So here we are at 6-7. This is crunch time. Remember, we're only playing to 11 points here. You can tell both teams have picked up the intensity and the tempo here. Incredible point. Unfortunately, looks like it's just going to end in a let there, as Kyle's up the middle forehand was recognized and picked up by Jamie, and they finished with a let. Let's see who's willing to strike first and take the ball in short off the volley. And JR with the patented look away up the line, almost like a single shot, deceiving your opponent. That's the second one he's done. I think the first one was in the first game, but couldn't have come at a more important time. I think everyone's catching their breath, and maybe the crowd too. That was the best. I think that was the best rally of the match so far. The intensity's definitely been picked up. The ball has certainly heated up. Kyle showing a little bit of frustration there by the let call. I think he was excited at his partner's volley and court positioning and did not lead to anything. And JR with a small shove there. Playful shove to Clinton. Getting himself a let there too. let's not let this get lost in the mix, but it's pretty incredible how steady Jamie has played this entire match. I really cannot remember a racket error or bad decision he has made. He's clearly the setup guy who, hits good length, covers the court nicely, and, creates openings for his partner to attack. Clinton and Jamie have a real DNA to their team. You can really, they both play their roles. And Jamie has been the most steady player on the court the whole day. Huge point. Again, another long point ending in a let. Crowd's really getting into it. Late stages of the fourth game. This is do or die time for Team Orange. They got to close out this game or their tournament's over. Great exchange in the front left. I think JR is trying to claim that he caught Clinton with his swing there. Unfortunately for him, the referees do not agree and point to blue, and here we are at 7-8. Great footwork, balance by Kyle. Getting himself in a position there to lay down that ball at the volley. 9-7. And Clinton earned himself a great opening, played the right shot, clipped the tin, and here we are, game ball to take this to a fifth game. And that's it, JR up the middle. We are knotted at 2 games apiece here. And we will see you in 90 seconds. Thanks so much. So welcome back. We are about to start the 5th game. The viewership is exploding here on the SDA Pro Tour YouTube channel. And I'm joined for the 5th and final game with the man, the myth, the new legend, the talk of the tournament, Mr. Ashley Davies. Ashley, how are you doing?
Yep, feeling good. Bit of a tricky few days, 5 matches in 3 days. I'm not sure I'm quite built for that, but yeah, feeling great.
That's a great start of our conversation about your tournament, Ashley. When you signed up as the wild card, what were you expecting and what were you prepared for coming into this weekend?
Definitely wasn't prepared to make it through to the Saturday. I was a little shocked that we made it through, but got to play with David, which was a great experience. Both of us not played too many tournaments just yet. But came into the weekend, just looking to get some experience and get some games under our belt. And we ended up doing pretty well and really happy with how we played, yeah.
Awesome, and congratulations. People are anointing you as one of the next up-and-coming guys. Do you like that characterization? Does that excite you? Does that give you anxiety, or are you ready to take on the SCA Tour next year?
That's a good question. It's something I haven't really thought about. Obviously, very new to playing doubles. As you see in my games, I love just crunching the ball really hard. So, yeah, just want to get more involved and play a few more tournaments where I can. Now I'm based in New York, where the squash scene is obviously a lot better. One of the best places in the world to be playing doubles. So, yeah, we'll see what's ahead. I'm looking forward to playing a tournament next week with Jim Bamba. So see if we can snag a few results there.
That's got to be exciting to partner with Jim in the next tournament. Off the top of your head, have you seen the draw? Do you know what the draw is looking like for next weekend? How is it going to shape up for you guys?
I actually haven't seen the draw. Obviously filling in for Zach Alexander, who's struggling with injury at the moment. But I've known Jim for years, and we always have a great time. And probably one of the best things that could have happened is that Jim's not playing this week. He's been here for every single match. He's watched every match of mine, whether it's 9 o'clock in the morning. So I'm sure he'll be eager to go, and we'll have a good game next week.
That's great. Yeah, Jim has been here the whole weekend, and it's really fun to have him around. And he's a friend to everyone here. I'm pulling up the draw for next weekend, just so we can have a sense of what you're going to be in store for. So actually, it looks like you guys are the 3rd or 4th seed. You have a bye into the quarterfinals. And on the other side of your potential semifinal would be Colin West and Adam Buse. So,
okay. Fantastic, great pairing, great team. Known Buse for a very long time, and actually played Cambridge Cup, is it, in Toronto with Colin. So both great players. I'm sure that'll be a great match if we get there.
If you get there, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So looking forward to playing. Buffalo's obviously a great club. It's a good tournament on the SDA. I played that whilst at the University of Rochester a couple of times, and they were always fantastic up there. So, yeah, looking forward to getting up there.
Great. We'll be tuning in and watching you, whether live or on the stream next weekend. Good luck. So here we are in the 5th game. And the storyline of this match has been Clinton continually attacking, especially off the volley, on almost anything opening-wise. Jamie playing incredibly steady, setting his partner up. And really, when Kyle can get that ball to the door onto Jamie's backhand, they're in great positioning. And when Kyle's length is not quite deep enough and Clinton can attack, Blue can take control. So we'll see how this game develops, but as of now, it looks like it's a pretty tight 5th game.
Yeah, no, it's really shaping up for a good one here. Obviously, the first 2 quarters were both 3-love, so there's a great crowd in there, and there's some good energy. JR and Kyle were getting a little bit chirpy towards the end of the game, at the end of the fourth, so this is really lining up for a good finish. But Jamie, like you said, he really does lift the ball really nicely. Got great technique, and it's all of like that battle for the middle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously limited doubles knowledge coming from myself, but that's what it seems to be.
No, absolutely. They're trying to play as many balls to the door, to Jamie's backhand from the middle back of the court as possible. Keep it off Clinton's volley. JR clearly loves to turn, which gives him openings and opportunities.
Yeah, I feel you really got to limit what gets to JR's racket when he's got time, right? He's obviously one of the great players of the last 10 years or whatever. And if you give him a free chance and he's on balance, he's going to produce something special, right? So it's
definitely
a good match.
Ashley, were you there when JR kind of hit a couple of those balls up the line, those deceptive backhands up the line? Did you see those?
Yeah, he a couple of I was watching the last game, he likes to get in there and kind of show that short ball or show the angle, right, and then just punch it through. Obviously trying to pull Clinton up the court and then send him back and kind of get good positioning, which he's so well known for. One question I do have is Kyle wearing shades on there?
Is Kyle wearing sunglasses? Interesting.
He looks like he's got tinted glasses on there.
It does. It might be a fashion statement, or it might. It does look like a little bit of a, maybe just some really dark colored frames.
Maybe a little tint, but I also really like in the old school tucked in look from the boys in blue.
That is right. They look very dapper, very country club. I believe they're both sporting Johnny O, which is obviously a beloved sportswear brand for squash players and golfers alike.
Yeah, big couple of points here. The new scoring format really does put emphasis on these rallies right here, right? 5-4 when you play the 15 doesn't really, I wouldn't want to say it doesn't mean much, but you're obviously the panic button's not being pushed at that point when you're playing 15, but a couple of cheap points here and you can really find yourself towards the end of the game really starting to struggle a little bit. So I'm sure both guys coming into the fifth here, both pairings this is a big point. Dangerous off the back wall. Yeah, there was a couple really soft, I don't know, like into the end of the last game where there was kind of minimal interference. There was one with John where he pushed across, and obviously Jamie as well. So it seems to be getting a little bit heated out there.
Yeah, definitely getting a little physical. And actually, I was going to ask you, your term you just used a few minutes ago, was it the panic button, or what was the term you described when it's getting late in the game and it's sort of do or die, pressing the panic button?
Yeah, if you
love
go
it.
Couple of points down at this point, it's you're 2-all locked in. It really is panic stations, right?
Yeah. Now, of course, for the last hour I've been saying how incredibly consistent and athletic Jamie's been playing this match, and he's, when push comes to shove, I think he's made 2 consecutive errors or 2 errors in the last 3 points. He's certainly seeing more balls. They're playing him more than they have been. And he's unfortunately made clipped a couple tins, and Clinton's probably giving him some words of encouragement there just to get his confidence back.
Yeah, just get him back on track. Like you said, a couple of uncharacteristic ones, but when you've been playing out there for probably close to an hour, just a little blip of concentration, and like before you know it, at this 11 scoring, the game's gone, right? The match is over. So
yep.
And a nice timely winner there from Kyle as well. It's quickly shifted from 5-4, and now you're hitting the panic button.
There we go. Uh-oh. Just like that. Couple mistakes. You know, errors beget errors is what I like to say. When your partner makes an error, something psychologically makes you go for it a little more and, you know, allows you to make that error. And we've had one Martino winner, and we've had 3 errors by blue in the last 4 points.
Yeah, it's always those interesting part of games when it gets to this point. Who's going to take it on? Who's going to get the open shot and take it in?
Yep.
Both teams looking for a good opening here, right?
Clinton's got to go back to the well. He's been so successful with that backhand short ball all match. He's going to have to go for a little more if they're going to have a chance here.
Yeah, if you were Cal and JR, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable, looking for that opening. If it's there, take it on and have a little chance because you got a buffer. But yeah, Jamie and Clint really got to be clinical here.
And Kyle really seems to be almost gathering steam and gathering energy as his 5th game goes on. He's looking sharp, alert, fresh, hungry. No bantering with the refs, no BS. He's really focused. I mean, this is a huge opportunity for him to make the semifinals of such a big event.
Yeah, exactly. And from my experience playing with Kyle over the last 6 months or so, he really can be quite streaky as well. Like if he gets on a roll and he gets confident, he can rattle off a couple of quick points. So
absolutely,
it's kind of opportune timing right now. We've got a ball break. Nope. Opportunity.
What a point with Kyle laying out for the ball. JR going full tilt into the sidewall to try to scramble and get that one. They still have a 3-point lead here.
It was a great example, though, from Jamie, waiting for the right opportunity and then taking it in and being positive, which he had to, right? They've got to win some rallies here to keep themselves in it. Good safety let there.
Absolutely. That's a tough filly to get rewarded for from the middle of the court like that. Very creative shot by Clinton. Would love to see Clinton just go for it a little more right now. I mean, his racket has been the reason that they've been, winning half of this match. And, I think he's got to stay positive and stay aggressive for them to have a chance here.
Definitely, it's obviously very tough when you're playing against one of the best in front in JR. So you got to pick those battles at the right time, right? Ooh, what are they going to give? Yeah, it looks like they've given a lap ball there. Because Kyle's having a few words with the referees.
Kyle's pleas went unanswered. And there we go. Clint answers with a bit of a deceptive, soft cross-court drop, caught the side wall. And now both teams are pushing that panic button at 6-8 in the 5th.
Massive point here. 9-6 or 7-8. It's a big difference. I know it's obvious.
All right, JR's got to calm down his partner now. Kyle's got to sort of get back in check here. He's played, superb squash all day.
It's good hands from Clint. Just absorbing.
Oh, that's just too bad for Clinton.
We've all hit that shot as well, you know, tight times, and just caught it.
Was
back
that just a let? Oh, I'm sorry. I think they just haven't changed the score yet on the board. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow, Jamie. What a balanced, flat, inside-out reverse air. Hasn't hit that shot once this match. What a time to do it.
Oh, fantastic answer, though, by JR. He's getting the crowd going. We love to see that.
Oh, the theatrics by JR.
I was going to say Jamie's winner, just classic, cool as a cucumber, no reaction. And then we see JR hit a great winner straight after, and he's revving the crowd up. We love to see that. I must say, this court, when it gets full as it is today, and there's a bit of energy about the place, it's a fantastic court to play on. Ooh, that's probably going to be a let. He shaped twice there,
I think JR is only going to get a let there.
He did shape once and then step back, right?
Yep. Hard serve, what do you think? Soft serve?
I would be soft. I'm not the person to ask about serving. Hardest shot in the game for me. JR on the move, out of position.
JR didn't put enough on that. They were both out of position.
Maybe should have opted for the lift out the front there, maybe. Give himself a chance to recover. Oh.
And we are on the edge of our seats right now. 10-9 match ball. JR just wants more opportunities to hit a hard serve. He's gonna go for the back wall nick.
He wasn't far off.
Just missed it. You give him enough chances, and he will hit it.
Taking it in. Need to see. Tricky hands from Jamie. Jamie was a great singles player as well. You see that in his technique out there. All guys on this court, very good technique.
All right. Let number 3 or 4. Getting sweaty palms here just watching this. And JR, of course, can keep his cool and laugh it off.
Just clipped off the wall there. JR down. Outrageous stuff off his knees. Oh! Can you believe it? Rally had everything.
Goodness gracious. JR lays out for the ball. Clinton able to scoop it back.
Who's your money on here, Dylan? Who do you fancy? 10-10.
Oh, no, you can't. I tried that with Liam last time, but I'm not going to make any predictions.
They've done really well here, Jamie and Clint, to really claw their way back into it after being down. That's another good winner from JR.
JR riling the crowd up there.
He's been here a million times before. He's cool as a cucumber. Came onto his racket and he just put it away.
Relaxed. the only relaxed person in that room right now is JR.
Kyle trying to break his racket. Might returning the ball to Clint there. Some chance.
Ooh. I will make this prediction though, Ashley. This match I think will be won on a winner, not on an error.
Okay, that's a good variation. I like that. Someone's going to take it by the reins.
I do not think someone's going to make an error right now. These guys.
Too good for that. Oh, out of position. I definitely twitch more in the comms box than I do on the court. Oh, he wanted to play that. You could see that.
Let's go. Come on.
Both players giving each other a piece of their mind here.
You know, JR had just kind of pushed into him a number of times, and that time he actually tried to play through. So it was just an unfortunate, awkward let.
It just shows how pumped up these guys are, but that's a great line.
Another let.
This is as tight as it gets.
Yeah.
Couple of lets. Game
Clinton
match ball.
taking a moment, catching his breath, composing himself.
Oh, chance here. Great hands from Clint. From really being in a bad spot, Clint has really pulled that one out of the hat.
What a volley drop from Clinton, match ball down. JR might have tweaked a bit of a calf or something on that play. Just walking a little gingerly there. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
Just stretching out. Yeah, he looked like he might tweak something, a little awkward movement. Play on, please.
I think we're all going to have to get the rule book out now for a self-inflicted injury. How much JR might be asking for a bit of a timeout. Susie Pierpont in the crowd, the SCA director, certainly will know all the nuances of the rules. We're not going to expect a wild card like yourself, Ashley, to know every rule at this point.
Definitely not, and I know Susie. She knows every rule inside out, and the SCA is great. Great to have Susie on board as the director.
Absolutely. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, a little break here only kind of builds that tension, at 11 all.
Yeah.
If I was on there, I'd want to be getting on with this, as it only brings in more nerves, I would say, right?
Yep.
Taking his space well there, but Kyle's up to the task. Good bounce in the back there, and big error from Kyle.
Oh, it's so unlucky. You know, a little out of his comfort zone, but I don't hate the shot. He can hit that shot.
Yeah, you can kind of take two paths, right? You can either decide to play a little bit defensive, kind of wait and wait it out and hope that you kind of squeeze an error, or you can take it on, and Kyle obviously tried to take it on and win the rally. Can't blame him for that.
And JR coming up big. So in this scoring, it's win by 2, but if the teams get to 14 all, it'll be sudden death.
I think we had one of those in the matches yesterday. It's a really cool addition, that. I like that. I definitely think this 2-11 format has been pretty fun. It really brings the players together and makes it more competitive.
And just like that, Clinton with a tough error, and they are match ball down.
Don't think he's going to get a left ball there.
Scraped one off the side wall there. A little out of the camera angle, but 13 all in the 5th.
Surely it's got to go to 15-14, right? It's
Absolutely.
only fitting for this match, it feels like. Oh, that's a great lift. Chance, great play there. Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, JR coming up huge. Just owning the front court. Creative angles, flattening the racket.
Real risk reward with JR, right? You want to kind of take him up there and kind of get him out of position, but if you don't take it in well, he's going to punish you, as he did there. He striked it right onto Jamie's shoes, and Clint almost got it back. And another winner. Fantastic.
What a way to finish it out by JR. Beautiful reverse. And the crowd loves it.
That's why he's one of the best. Quality always comes up at the right points of the game, and it came up in the last 2 points there, right?
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Well, Ashley, it's been great hanging out with you for a bit off court. Look forward to spending more time with you on court in the not-too-distant future, and we will see you guys in 15 minutes for the last quarterfinal.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
And we are back for the fourth and the final quarterfinal. In black, Chris Kallus and Michael Ferreira, both members here at the Racket and Tennis Club. And they are playing Jeff Osborne and David Letourneau, who qualified, winning 3 consecutive matches to make the main draw, and then won last night against Greg MacArthur and Sam Khalifa. Mikey and Kallus, I believe it's the first event of this season together, because Monik Mathor has retired. Him and Kallus have been partners for a number of years, and so Kallus teamed up with his very good friend and former partner Ferreira to play this final New York City-based event of the season, and they are off to the races. 3-love. I'm joined in the booth with my good friend and sometimes travel buddy, James Stout. James, how are you doing on this late Saturday afternoon?
Doing great, thanks, Dylan. Very happy to be here. We're very excited for this last match of the quarterfinals. We've got in black Mike Ferreira and Chris Kallus, number 2 seeds in the tournament. And their opponents in white are Dave Letourneau and Jeff Osborne, who came through qualifying. So this is match number 5 for them. Match number 1 for Chris and Mikey.
And if you were Osborne and Letourneau on your fifth match of the tournament, playing a team like Ferreira Kallus, what's the initial strategy? What's the mindset? What do you think they should be doing to start the match?
Get up court, big early pushes. I mean, so the advantage that they have is they're used to this quick 11 scoring format. So I think it's, they're used to sort of getting out to a good start. And if not, just like that, keep the rally short so, they're not tiring themselves out any more than they have to. And you can see they're really, they're attacking the front whenever they can. Pretty sure this is going to be a high-paced match.
Absolutely. All 4 guys can crank the ball. No one's afraid to hit it hard. This will be a fast-paced, physical match.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice shot there from Chris. Fun to watch Mikey and Chris sort of back playing together. I remember when they used to play. Very solid team.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever play him, Dylan?
Did I ever play Mikey and Kallus as a partnership?
Yeah.
Not that I can remember. I've played with and against both of them individually, but don't remember them as a partnership. But I think they both like the fast-paced tempo, very athletic guys. And I know, having spoken to Mikey, that he's really pumped for the opportunity to play with Kallus. Kallus is top-ranked on the SDA Tour, and Mike really takes this opportunity seriously to play, a second seed in the tournament. On paper, it's supposed to be a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
So he's really fired up for this weekend.
Absolutely. You know, home court for both of them as well, right? So, you know, these guys will be looking to make the most of not only this tournament, but, yeah, probably their last match as well of the season. You know, one last tournament, you know, and then you've got a nice 4 or 5 month break before we're going to do it all again in the fall.
That's right.
So we've got a good turnout. You can see in the gallery here, which is nice to see on a rainy Saturday in New York City. Dylan, as one of the tournament directors, how do you think the event's gone so far?
I think it's going really well. You know, from Thursday at lunchtime, we had a full gallery. Last night, it was also crowded and good energy, and you know, we all can see the gallery now. So so far it's been a great turnout, and we're only at the quarterfinals. So we got 2 more great days of squash ahead of us, and we're looking forward to closing out on a high note.
Yeah. So we've got a nice little advantage here for the team in black, 9-4 up, which is great position to be in. You've got a little bit of room to sort of just like be free, swing away, right? Be aggressive. 10-4, few game balls.
Yeah, I think maybe what Letourneau and Osborne are finding out in this first game is that Mikey and Kallus are not only are they not intimidated by pace, they love pace.
Yeah.
This is their game. So, you know, their strategy is really playing into what Kallus and Mikey love to do. You know, Kallus, having been partners with Monic for so long, is used to any kind of pace out there. So this does not phase these guys.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Dave. So quick with his hands. I mean, again, he's standing probably 8 feet away from the front wall. That ball's coming back at 120.
Yeah. We were
makes it look pretty easy.
Watching Mikey hit hard serves here makes me think of last match. JR was serving a match ball and had 4 or 5 opportunities and kept going for the back wall nick on his serve, and almost got it the last time.
Yeah.
I'm predicting there's going to be a back wall nick this match on one of the serves. Someone's gonna do it.
I like that bet. I think that's a
And with
pretty
that,
good
we will see you guys in a quick 90 seconds. And we are back. That was a fastest 90 seconds allowed under the rules. These guys do not want rest. They do not want water, Gatorade. They do not want to pass, go and collect $200. They want to start and play more squash. And here we go.
Do we think, Dylan, we may see some different tactics in this game, or more of the same?
I honestly think that Letourneau and Osborne are not going to change a thing, and they're going to hope it's going to start to work at some point, because their physicality and their court coverage, I mean, that has gotten them where they are, and I don't think they're going to slow it down and start changing anything. I think they're just going to hope to hit their targets a little better and play themselves into it.
Yeah. It's a great shot there from Jeff. Chris is jumping over the ball to get out of the way, and Jeff just plays it basically as it comes through his legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I was team white, I'd try to get Jeff involved as much as possible. Like he actually probably hits the ball harder than even Chris, I'd say. Like, and so he can make it awkward for Mikey on the backhand side, because I feel like at the moment it's more sort of Chris is attacking Dave, like right here. And Chris does such a good job at never hitting the same two shots in a row. That'll be let there. I'd say no let there, personally. I think he's got to try to play that.
Let.
Let's mix up this angle. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's good from Dave. Just trying to slow it down a little bit. Get Chris hitting from the back of the court, which is exactly what he did, and he still managed to hit a winner. Nice quick pace here from the boys. Oh. I think Dave is pleased that Mikey didn't hit that.
Yeah.
I think it was the last second sort of like, ooh.
That might have ended really poorly for Dave.
Yeah. That's a good width. Good width from Chris. Still looking for that ace.
Yep, it's going to happen. It's amazing from this angle how all four players are in front of the red line. No one has been forced to go to the back wall this entire point.
Absolutely.
There's no lobs.
Everything is below the
There we go.
everything is below the service line.
Yeah. There's no lobbing and deep back wall angling here. This is all hard hitting and trying to hit that side wall into your opponent.
when the ball's moving this quickly, it is so hard to take it in short. Right, because if you don't hit it well, that ball sits up so much. So you tend to then just get complacent. And when I say you, I mean me. You tend to get complacent and you just think, okay, let's just default to that hard hitting. You know, you stop really moving the ball around. It's no wonder why majority of the pros, their shoulders after a weekend like this are in a terrible condition.
Osborne trying to control the narrative on the court and off the court. Bantering with the referees, trying to understand who said yes, who said no.
So this final quarterfinal match, Dylan, what are the predictions for tomorrow? Got Kyle Martino and John Russell versus Scott Arnold and myself in the second semifinal at 2 p.m. And then first semifinal will be Ryan Kusgelli and Cameron Pilley versus the winner of this match.
Well, James, that's a tough question to answer because you're sitting right next to me.
I think it should be pretty simple therefore.
So
right?
I think that I'm going to give you the answer that you want, and you guys are going to come through. But I hope you don't take that as a sign of my overconfidence in you. And I hope all players play well, and I also hope JR physically is going to be okay. I think he might have like tweak something at the back.
He was icing his groin after the match. Hopefully that's nothing too serious and just not accustomed to. I mean, this is 2 weekends in a row for JR. He was down in at the Tavern Club playing with Chris Kallus last weekend, and they won the event. Beat Matt Henderson and Adam Hughes in the final in 5. You know, and again, his body's probably not accustomed to this amount of squash.
Yeah, I think he had told me before the tournament started he's, essentially taken a couple of years off of competitive squash.
Yeah.
And now he's doing three weekends back to back to back. So it's not going to be easy.
So here we are, Osborne and Letourneau, 7-5 up in this game. Nice little lead. Not really sure if it was, if it was the different tactics or they're just hitting that last shot that little bit better, a little bit cleaner, just like that from Letourneau. Yeah.
Letourneau really seeing that ball well. Just laying it down very cleanly, hunting that volley. I mean, Osborne and Letourneau just being a little more successful against the pace this game.
Yeah. I would say, like, this team of Letourneau and Osborne, like, they have played so much squash. It's their 5th match, but not only that, but they've had a number of, like, 5-setters, to get to this stage. So, it doesn't really surprise me as much as it probably should. They lose the first game, and yet they're here with a nice little 2-point cushion.
Yep.
Right.
Would you say they're they're kind of playing with the house's money at this point. They've sort of exceeded expectations on at least on paper, and you know they're playing free and they're playing confidently, and
absolutely. Oh, that's an interesting one. I mean, you know, Chris even showed that he tried to play it and
yeah,
didn't go anywhere. I think that's a tough let if it's given. Oh, I'm not sure if it was.
I think it might have been a no let.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys had they had a 5-setter in the semifinals of their qualifying. They had a really close 4-setter in the final round of qualifying. Big win last night against Sam Khalifa and Greg MacArthur in, again, another 4 close games. Yeah, I'm sure Dave is... I'm sure Dave, like after this tournament, will be happy to put the racket down and take a break. He had the Lapham Grand, is that correct, last weekend?
Yep, Dave was the captain of the Canadian squad last weekend in Wilmington, where he lives.
Did you go down?
I did not go down
No.
for this one.
Yeah.
But was up in Toronto and in Montreal for the last couple on up in enemy soil.
Yeah.
And the next one I believe is going to be in Vancouver next year on the west coast of Canada.
And as captain, have you won the tournament, the trophy?
Yes, yes, we have.
Yeah.
Twice.
Oh.
No, who's counting?
No one.
But twice.
But, yeah.
And just like that, we're back to 9-all.
Oh.
Couple winners and
oh, wow. That is so fortunate because Jeff just set up Chris so beautifully. Softball, middle of the court. Dave somehow managed to get a frame on it. Hits the winner. Brings up game ball.
great reverse by Mikey, really looking for that ball. Laid it down beautifully. And here we go in extra innings here.
Here we go. That is not a good serve. Oh! That's what happens when you go for that ace. Every now and then when you hit it poorly, like you leave a big opening there for your opponents.
Oof, I hope Mikey's okay. Kind of shaking his hand there.
I'll tell you what, Dylan, I've probably seen more diving this tournament than easily all season for probably like the first 5 seasons I played on tour combined. Like
who were the top 3 divers this weekend?
Sanjay like loves a good dive.
Sanjay, yep.
Like dive, splits, call it well. Fantastic game there from Jeff and Dave to tie it up at 1-all. Yeah, Sanjay loves a good dive. I mean, Clinton always. And then, you know, Kyle came up with a couple big ones in that last match.
I do believe we might have seen JR on the ground as well, once or twice.
Once or twice, absolutely.
Well, with that, we're going to take a 90-second break. Well, for these guys, it might be 30 seconds, and we will see you soon. And we are back in action with the match knotted at 1-1. Kallus and Ferreira out to a quick 2-love lead.
Did you see that last point, Dylan? I mean, talk about exhibition squash. Dave on the floor. Chris and Mikey close to it, but stayed on their feet. Wow. So the crowds here in New York have been treated to some incredible squash.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning of this match.
Yeah. What do we think this rivalry here between Dave and Chris is like? Both went to Princeton. They overlapped, I think.
I believe they might have. I think that they were part of the team that dethroned Trinity at the end of Trinity's 14-year win streak.
14 or 16?
I think from 1998 to 2012. I think for 14 years. But
yeah,
unfortunately, the comment section is not live. But otherwise, I'm sure we'd have some better historians than us.
I mean, I'm sure we could walk into the gallery and find one or two Trinity alums.
Or on court,
Mikey. Yeah.
Now, James, could you walk us through a bit of Osborne's history? Because Osborne was the pro here from one of the pros at the Racket Club from I think around 2002 to 2005.
Yep. When
he was 20 or 21 years old. And so what's he been up to the last 15 some odd years?
He went back to Australia. I'm not exactly sure, but I think he may have owned a sports club gym and was running that. He's been pretty consistent about coming back every 3 to 4 years and playing 3 or 4 tournaments in a row. Which is great. Like, he's super experienced. He played last weekend in Cleveland. Got to the semifinals with Matt Jensen, who's another experienced player. I think they may have come through qualifying as well. So.
And he lives in Maryland, and I believe he is in the process of opening a brewery.
He's trying to, yeah.
All you beer lovers out there, feel free to reach out to him and find out what his plans are.
Yeah. I think it's good for the tour to have him around and playing. Also, if he wants to become a tour sponsor, I'm sure the SCA would
absolutely
happily take him.
I'm sure the tour would think about that.
Yes, yeah.
Beer sponsor.
Checking the ball, see if it's broken. Looks like it is, yeah.
Ooh.
So I think this is good news for Kallus and Mikey. New ball, slides, skids. It's going to make it hard for little bit harder for Jeff and David to sort of stay on the front foot, I think, which they were able to do as the ball sort of softened up.
So James, what's the psychology of the ball warm up? Who tends to warm the ball up? Do some people like to warm the ball up?
Some people like to warm the ball up. I think most, especially if you're, probably 2 or 3 games into the match, right? Your arm's pretty tired, so you don't really want to have to hit it hard to get it going. So there is a little bit of an unwritten rule that the youngest player on court,
interesting,
is the one that gets it going first. Although my earlier match, David Yakubuchi, youngest one on court, he pleaded that he didn't know the rules.
Oh, he didn't know the
that.
rules.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he'll be hearing from the SDA
he was
disciplinary committee about that infraction.
Yeah. He said after the match, he said his shoulder's absolutely destroyed. So I don't think he probably appreciated having to warm it up for the rest of us. Oh, Mikey! Oh.
The deft touch of Letourneau.
Fantastic from Mikey. I mean, he's 43?
I think 41. I think
41?
41.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, 41. Sorry, Mikey. We've seen him dive twice already this match. Also nice to see Dave, playing that ball.
He's got his family here today watching him, which is fantastic.
Son Ryan, wife Kate. Yeah. Okay, so 3-6. Mikey loves that. Bringing it around
Classic.
onto his forehand. Perfect angle for him to attack that reverse. Dylan, what do you think next season? So Chris started the season playing with Manik Mathur, who ended up retiring like halfway through the season. Went out at number 1, which is always the way you want to do it. There's a lot of questions around the players. Who's he going to try to lock down next season?
Interesting.
What sort of player do you think would?
I think Kallus could really adapt to most anyone. So I think that, really, he's going to have a lot of options. I'm sure that Mikey would jump at the chance to partner with him again more full time. I suspect someone like Sam Khalifa, who has had a lot of success with Kyle, would not mind giving it a go with Kallus as well.
Yeah.
James, I know you have had a lot of success with Scott, but you've also had a lot of success with Bamber and Zach and Greg and other players too, right? So I could see you playing some events with him, and
he and Zach as well.
Him and Zach too. Yeah,
they won Boston together.
I would raise my hand and probably pitch in if he really needed a veteran himself too. So
2-time national champion, right?
I would probably play with him if he asked me.
Probably. He should probably write to you, right, with the request.
Yeah, or text, phone call.
Yeah.
Leave me a note in my locker.
Yeah.
I probably play with him.
Hey, Dylan. Yeah.
Well, this game is slowly slipping away from Letourneau and Osborne. Mikey just looks really comfortable reading the ball.
Yeah.
Think of that serve return to start off this sort of second half game.
Yeah. It's very streaky. You know, it's like you get hot, right? You win 3 or 4 points in a row, right? It gives you that advantage. You win the game, you know.
Yep.
Following game, your opponents get hot, right? And, you know, you don't have that. There's not as much sort of playing yourself back into the game when you have the 15-point score.
Yep. And it's over.
Just like that. Yeah. So we'll be back shortly for Game 4 here in New York.
And we're back for Game 4. Kallus and Ferreira with a 2-1 lead, trying to close this out and move on to Sunday.
Absolutely. They won't want to go to a fifth here. A little bit more uncertain than in previous tournaments, right? So it's finish that match right now. We've had a good run, competitive match, and you're happy to then get into the semis.
Meanwhile, Letourneau and Osborne want to get their energy back and, you know, reassert themselves and turn this into a second match.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Wow, that's a beautiful shot. It's not easy to hit a winner like that.
Great choice by Kallus there, knowing that Jeff was sort of a step behind him. You know, he doesn't go short too often, but generally it's the right shot when he's going short.
Except for that.
Dave is
seeing a lot of balls
yeah,
here.
seeing essentially every ball at this point.
Yeah, he's all over the place, like covering well. Oh no, Jeff. That's painful.
Yeah, and that's what can happen when they isolate you, and and your partner sees no balls, and all of a sudden you get a sitter, you go for it, but you're maybe not quite feeling the rhythm.
Yeah.
You haven't hit a ball all rally, essentially.
I think they're having a little discussion as to what the score is. Yeah. This is exactly what Jeff wants.
Yeah.
Slow down the play.
Control the narrative however he can.
Yep.
I love it. I am just amazed by how few balls are making it to the back wall here. It's, they're all in front of the red line, hitting a lot of pace, just not much is making it to the back wall.
Yeah. Yeah, again, they're not really finding the top third of the front wall. That's a beautiful shot from Dave. But again, that's, Mikey's under a little bit of pressure, right? He's not hit that ball high up, right? It's middle of the court, right on Dave's backhand. He's comfortable there.
Let's see if he does the same serve 3 times in a row. Oh, no.
Look at that. And that doesn't sit well with Mikey. Mikey probably, him and Clive Leach, the two biggest proponents of the hard serve. They just...
I think it's time for a back wall nick. What do you think, James?
I mean, you called it, right? Oh, no, Jeff.
Oh, Jeff.
That's like 2 or 3 sort of racket errors in this game, and they're 2 points down.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Yeah. His confidence just a little low. You're working hard, right?
I mean, so far, James, I would say some of the green shoots in this tournament, we have the Burner brothers qualifying, playing some exceptional doubles. We have Sanjay and Lockie, who maybe not everyone's familiar with, qualifying, playing fantastic. We have Letourneau and Osborne, who have not been, household names deep into tournaments. We have a bunch of other talented, hungry young guys in the qualifier, and there's just an emerging crop of competitive doubles talent, which is really exciting to see. Maybe no one making it into the semifinals of this event per se, but I think that there is a lot to be excited about coming out of the first half of this event.
Yeah, absolutely, Dylan. Ashley Davies and David Yakubuchi, another couple of top players that came through the qualifying. Good singles players, both of them. That are getting into the game of doubles. And that's great for us. You're starting to see a lot of very good high-level collegiate players. If they're not turning pro and playing on the singles tour, right? But they want to stay in the game of squash, and they happen to be in or around New York or one of these other sort of East Coast clubs, predominantly. This is a great way to sort of stay active, have fun. Make some money on the weekends.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exciting. It's very exciting. Same on the women's tour. They just had their tournament out in LA, the LA World Open. It's exciting times. Okay, 5-8 here, 2-1 up, Kallus and Ferreira. This is crunch time for the team in white.
And we have to take this moment to congratulate Andrew Douglas and Spencer Lovejoy for making it to the finals of the 2023 SL Green National Championship, with Andrew Douglas beating Shah Khan in a close tiebreaker in the 5th match, and Spencer Lovejoy taking out last year's champion Timmy Brownell. And in the final, Andrew won a what looks to be a pretty decisive 3-1 victory over Spencer to claim the national championship. And on the women's side, Amanda Sobey living up to her #1 ranked American status, taking down fellow teammate Olivia Fichter in a pretty close 3 games for her national championship. So congrats to our U.S. national champions that won last night at the Spectre Center in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Yes. Great to see for the U.S. players, like the top U.S. players, just getting better and better shaped.
So James, what happens there? And we had this issue on the first night when the ball on Thursday night, the ball completely got past. Letourneau hit the ball, it went completely past, and it hit his partner. Should you concede the point when it sorry, I'm not asking this properly, but what I'm trying to say is when you get hit by the ball but the point was essentially over, who should be claiming that rally?
So I'm not sure I remember what happened.
So when essentially you've hit a winner,
yeah,
your opponent misses the ball,
yeah,
and then it hits your partner in the back of the court,
yeah, before
it bounces twice. The team that whiffed the ball is trying to claim that they won the point because the point never ended.
No.
Whereas it really hit your partner in the back because the team whiffed it.
Yeah. I mean, it happened in the previous match. Kyle hit a hard ball past Clinton, right, and it bounced and then hit JR, right? And because Jamie was nowhere near it, right? It's not their point, right?
So it was JR's point, despite the fact that it hit him.
Exactly, before the second bounce.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're swinging and missing at that ball and then it hits, it hits you. I think that's very different than if the ball just hits you before the second bounce and your opponents haven't had any sort of attempt at it. I think what we saw a couple points ago was, Mikey is sort of shaped up and he's then gone backwards, and the ball's bounced into Dave. So that's called shaping. So he's sort of shaping to play it, and then he's just taking his racket further back, sort of looking for it to then hit his opponent.
That makes sense.
So that scenario that should be a let by the playbook. So a couple huge points here. 8-9. Oh, Mikey's just hit the top of the tin there.
Uh-oh.
Tied it up. 9-all, 2-1. Some might say that this is a pretty big point right here.
According to Ashley Davies, this is when you hit the panic button.
What happens when you hit the panic button?
It's crunch time. You can't make an error. You got to play your best squash. Or it's usually when you're sort of a point or two losing towards the end of the game.
Oh, that's a lovely finish from Dave. Wow. We're going to clap that even here in the commentary booth. I love that. Little loose from Chris. Dave's turned onto the forehand, ripped it down the line past Mikey. Oh. What do you do here? Who do you hit to? They've done it.
Jeff
Wow.
lays it down.
Wow.
We're
There we
going
go.
5.
2 games all. This is exactly what we want here in New York. Or squad. Okay, so we're back here for the 5th and final game. Osborne, Letourneau, quick little 1-love lead. Dylan, of course, there's no betting here at the Racket Club or on the SDA tour. But if you were a betting man, oh wow, you don't see that normally from Chris. Where's your money?
Ooh, that's a tough one. You know, I think that it's hard to bet against Kallus given his experience, his level of fitness.
Wow.
Having said that, I think that Jeff and Dave have something special going on right now.
Yeah.
And, you know, I love to use a phrase, but I feel like they're playing with the house's money. They've had a good tournament. There's no pressure on them. And I think if they can continue to
this is a brilliant start for them.
push this lead, anything can happen.
Full of confidence is high. Like, they're not afraid to take the ball in.
And remind me, did Kallus and Mikey have match ball last game?
No.
No.
I don't think they did. Actually.
Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Did they? It was close. Very close.
I'm not sure they did.
Oh, that's brilliant. Mikey's taking a full swing at that, and Chris just manages to get his racket in front of it and hit a little cross-court drop. Gets him on the board here. Oh, that's a great pickup from Chris. Slight little I formation there from Team White.
Some real creative shot selection.
Yeah, you see it from Jeff. Like he little unorthodox with the way that he sort of like moves around the court.
Oh wow, Kallus with the reverse
from
the
the
back corner.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of guts to play that ball down 4-1 in the fifth.
Yeah. But, you know, he knew where Jeff was, right? He was out of position. Looks like that stroke. So, yeah, that 4-love lead very quickly, 3-4. I think Team White need a couple good points here. That's a beautiful spot.
What a great hold by
Beautiful
Dave.
spot. Yeah. He's got so many options there. It just goes for that little hold, hard down the middle. Perfect. It's nice to see his sister in the gallery.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
she's coming back from, I think, an ACL or ACL tear. Kept her off of the singles tour for a little bit. You know, half a year probably. Wow.
Good length by Kallus.
Great length by Chris there.
Not sure what Mikey was frustrated about there or what he was.
I think he thought that maybe they were going to ask for a let because the ball hit him, but there was no chance it was going to the front wall.
Yep.
He
really looks
that on his racket.
He looks for that volley.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, like the right-handed players on the backhand side, you know, a lot of the time you are taking that small backswing. It is such a deceptive shot. Right? You're hitting that ball hard from the right wall like Chris was, you know, and your opponent is just standing there, no backswing, turning it into the front right corner. Oh, wow. I mean, Dave controlling that rally. Under pressure,
One
under
too many.
pressure. Chris, one opening, puts that ball down into the front left for a winner. Here we are, 2-all, 6-all.
Anyone's game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like we're seeing like a lot of winners from Kallus and David this game. You know, they're both pretty hot. You know, do you try to mix it up? Try to hit Mikey, see if he's maybe gone like a little bit cold. Maybe he'll give you one or two like racket errors.
I think.
Oh.
Oh, what a get by Chris. Oh.
Didn't quite
Too bad.
make it. Wow.
I think this is going to be won or lost on Letourneau's racket. I think he's going to either cut that ball in or I think ultimately he's going to be the decision maker here.
You don't think it's going to be, is he gonna
Mikey.
get a let? I don't think, he probably doesn't deserve a let, but Or does he? I just. Oh.
No let.
Good. So you don't think it's going to be 10-9 and an ace?
Oh, well, I've been calling for the back wall, Nick, the whole match.
Yeah.
So I'm still holding out some hope.
Seven all. See them, both sides just slowing it down a little bit. Oh.
Great coverage by Osborne.
Yeah, he's gone back left to front right.
Oh, Mikey. What an inside-outside shot. Now's a good time for a back wall, Nick James. What do you think?
Yeah. First time Team in Black has led here in the fifth game. Dave looking. Oh my goodness, can you believe that? Frame winner by Chris.
Frame winner.
Not surprised. I've seen him do it so many times, but at 8-7 in the fifth, that's just crushing.
They're really playing a lot to Dave right now.
Yeah. Team Black got a nice little momentum shift going here. Good get from Mikey. No. Oh. Just sort of goes for that cross-court drop right as the ball's hitting the sidewall.
Yeah.
Here
Tough
we go.
one to shoot off of.
Match points, 10-7. One fold. Oh no, that is not the way
Oh, what a shame.
we want to see that end, but what a match. Team in white, Dave Letourneau and Jeff Osborne, you know, all the way through qualifying and to push the number 2 seeds, like fantastic run.
Well, fantastic day of squash, James. 4 quarterfinals under our belt, and we will see you guys tomorrow at 1 o'clock for the semifinals.
Great. 1 o'clock and then 2 o'clock. Thank you, guys.